Let's change the title. Okay, let's do that. Back to the tube. Studio. Content. Live. Edit. Thumbnail. Change. Slowly and ever so surely. All right. All hail Lordy. What's happening, bro? Yes, this is a different tune. This is my new Rogue. I paid for a boost to 58, and then I am so broke. Look how much money I have. Faction wide. 41 gold. Bro. I had 15,000. Now I have 41. So where did that all go? I spent about 4,000 on materials for Belt of Deep Shadow, the NG goggles, and then I boosted this tune to 58, and then I paid mages, stared at walls, and got ridiculous amounts of experience, up to 70. And then I kitted him out with fell stuff, 2 night blades, just to get... I wanted to buy a blink strike, but I didn't have enough money then. So just some basic stuff, so you can do some heroics and raid as well. Then I got his mining up, engineering up, all that costs lots of money. Turn the gain down a bit. That should be better. So yeah, new tune. Mining engineering. This is my steam vault farming rogue. And then I'm gonna switch McBacon. He's gonna keep NG for the sapper charges. And then I was gonna go jewel crafting because you get these extra bonus gems, right? However, there's only 2 gems, 1 gem really, that's any use to us in this phase and in next phase. And it's the same one that was useful in the last phase, and it's the 20 attack power red gem, which is a little bit... I mean, when I was simming it, it wasn't giving me really much difference at all, to be honest. And then I simmed the enchants on the rings, and you can get, what is it, 4 stats or 2 stats on each? I think it's 4 stats on each. So I simmed that, and that simmed pretty well. And then I put on striking, plus 2 weapon damage on each ring. And I simmed that, and that did way better. So, from a little bit of research, the BIS professions for parsing rogues are engineering and enchanting. But it's about 10 DPS, which doesn't sound like much, and it isn't, I suppose. But to put that into context, the rings you get, like Ranger General and Lethality, give you about 10 DPS increase from Coronas and from Phase 1 BIS. Coronas and 1000 marks. So those two Phase 2 rings are roughly 10 to 12 DPS upgrades over the Phase 1 BIS. So enchanting is worth one of those rings in DPS. So we did SSC and TK. I didn't do quite as well on the parsing as I would have liked. Well, we didn't do terribly either. We did get a 99 parse on Gruul. The last Gruul. That was nice. That was the Wednesday before TK launch. And I was doing Expose Armor. So 3 of my 5 combo point finishers in this parse were non-damage abilities. So you can imagine if there was someone else doing Expose, this would be even higher. But SSC and TK, okay, my rank has gone down now, obviously. So it's still pretty good, but in terms of parsing, yeah, we got a 97 on the Lurker. That was decent. And all of these are fine. Margrim's bad. Alarai died. Void Reaver, I was like 2nd DPS. But still not great. That one's alright. And we failed. This was one night, so we were all very tired at this point, and they called it. Still pumping. Oh yeah, we're going to be pumping all the way through TBC and into Wrath 100. 100, bro. So we're actually picking up the Dodge Trinket, Charm of Alacrity. We do have the... Let me put my set on. We got the gloves, obviously. We don't have the belt yet. Can't afford it. We do have the Azure Silk belt. And we have the boots. So we've been doing non-NG pulls with this character, which is fine. Just gonna move my mic. There we go. It's still picking up those clips, but it's a bit better. If I turn down the gain to something like that, limiter, denoiser, okay. Welcome back, how's VN? VN is good. My voice is a little bit lower than normal, because it is 4:04 in the AM here. I woke up a couple hours ago. I want to reverse patterns for rating and such. My friends, whose house this is, are asleep in the room below me. So I'm being super sneaky. The internet is fine now. And I'm actually getting better ping than I had in Bangkok. But it's inconsistent here. And it bottlenecks often. And you can get frequent disconnects. So I booked flights back to Europe in 2 weeks because it's my friend's birthday and I'm going to surprise him. And then I need to make a decision whether I'm going to come back to Vienna and settle here or whether I'm going to move somewhere in Europe where I would be closer to the servers, better ping, normal sleeping schedule, and so on. But I haven't actually been out much. I went out one night just to see what the vibe was like since I was here last time. But other than that, I've just been working on the new video, learning how to edit. Yeah, I put in I don't know how many hours now, 100 hours plus anyway. But the production quality is much better. My older videos are much more amateur. My next video will still be amateur because I'm an amateur, but it's definitely a jump up in production, a noticeable jump, which is feels very good for me. I'm still trying to get down the rotation a bit. Yeah, the rotation, I just put this in the new video. If you go to wowtbc.gg, go to class guides, and this is like 99% to your DPS. Well, not 99. There's your gear, your rotation, and your kill time. Those are the things that make up the parse. Everybody else's gear as well, obviously, and how effectively you can execute your rotation. But just getting this down properly, consistently, is where you're going to find a lot of your missing DPS. It's basically hit him with 2 shivs straight away, then go into a slice and dice. Now you've got your slice and dice up. Now you start building combo points. If you're not on exposed armor, get the 5 combo points and rupture. Then more sinister strikes. Don't worry about shiv after the first 2. They'll apply the rest of the deadly poison. You want those first 2 because they're cheap and you can hit 2 and then slice and dice almost in 3, like instantly in 3 globals. It's really fast to set up. Then you start spamming. Get the 5 points, rupture. Get the 5 points. Is your slice and dice going to fall off? Is your rupture going to fall off? If the answer is no to both, 5 point eviscerate. If the answer is yes to either one, jumping into that. Now I play slightly differently. I gamble my slice and dice. I will see it's falling off, but I'll still go a 5 point damage dealer or expose. I'm expose spect for my guild. So I will let slice and dice fall off because when I hit my 5 point, I have a ruthlessness 60% chance to get that 1 point, and I'll spend that on slice and dice. For my boss rotations, I never spend 5 combo points on slice and dice, and that might be a mistake. I'm not saying that that's the right way to do it. I'm just saying that that's the way that I do it. I have the 99 parse gruel fight recorded, so I'm going to make a video breaking down to parse 99 on gruel, obviously enough. wish I hadn't have recorded my camera on the side, because I don't have a good setup. Like, it's not a nice background environment. It's fine, it's basic, but I'm a bit of not a perfectionist, but I like things to be a certain way. And yeah, it's not the best camera corner in the world, but I might just make a Rogues Diary logo, slap it over it. So I had this little epiphany yesterday when I was doing the non-NG pulls with Rogue here. I was getting on fine, wasn't dying at all. Then I tried a couple of the NG pulls without NG, which are possible, but difficult, much more risky. At one point, I realized when you freeze them in place, if you don't have the belt or the trinket and enough dodge, they're frozen in place for 5 seconds, but they're not stunned. They can still hit you. When I was running through the packs, they get killed. Whereas the Fell Iron Bomb only works for 3 seconds, but it stuns them. And 3 seconds is more than enough time. Well, maybe not more than enough, but it's enough. I need to sell those. Oh wow, I don't have any poisons on. I'm shiving. That's ridiculous. Smooth operator, no poison rogue. A professional. Oh. So, the number one DPS upgrade in the new content. Obviously, DST is still number one. My notes here, 1 second. Now this applies to my gear, my loadout. But yeah, DST for me on my main is a 80 DPS increase. And then underneath that is Talon of Ashara, the main hand sword, which is a 55 DPS upgrade over my Blink Strike, which is huge. And it dropped, and there were only 2 people SRing it, me and Freka, who is a very good rogue in my guild. And he was exposing for me. He said, I'm going to expose armor so you can parse. because you have the gear, you're 2 pieces away from BIS. So he did that for me. So he won Talon, and while obviously I was a little disappointed, it dropped first run, and it's the best upgrade that I can get out of the new content. But he deserved it for that act of generosity, for allowing me to parse the first week. So I'm happy for him, and I'll get it again. It's not like it has a lot of competition, you know. But we did get a piece of loot. We got the van braces of ending the wrist, which are about a 10 DPS, 10 to 15 DPS increase over phase 1 BIS. There it is. Nice. But the really nice thing about the van braces, I'll show you now. Is they have a socket. And if you sim, and if you don't sim, my next guide is going to show you how to do it properly. You will know when you go down certain lines, like the idea of BIS is kind of an illusion. It's true that there is a BIS, but 99% of people will never reach it. So a better way to think about BIS lists is what I am in now is my current BIS, and I'm looking for the next BIS thing. So your road, the road to true BIS, is what everyone is on and what everybody spends. Most people, the vast majority of us, will spend 100% of our raiding and DPSing time, 100% of our playtime, on the road to BIS, but we'll never actually get there. So the way to look at Sims is not chasing a BIS list, but trying to always maximize our DPS with the next upgrade or series of upgrades. And the thing about that is kind of like there's this term in chess called lines. Not that I play I'm not good at chess, but I watch one channel. And, you know, when people start going down a sequence of moves, they call it a line because there are so many, it's so complex, and there are so many variables. So, you know, you move whatever, pawn to b4, and then you go down that line from there. And that's pretty good concept to apply to simming as well, because when you upgrade one piece of gear, it's going to change your overall DPS. Depending on the hit and the stats that you get, it's going to change the overall equation. And one piece of gear that might be a DPS upgrade for you in certain lines is actually a DPS loss. And so that's where you're going to find being top of the DPS meter or parsing 99 and not. Knowing the difference. So with the van braces of ending, like Spy Mistress's wrist guards, having a socket is huge. Because once you start going down lines with gear, you're going to realize pretty quickly that as we gear into tier 5, hit becomes a real problem. It's very hard to get the hit cap. So that extra socket is huge because we can slam a rigid dawnstone into that. we can also achieve our metagem activation. Much easier with more sockets, obviously. Okay, we'll get this trinket. Then we're going to head back over to McBacon and we're going to farm with him instead. Because he's still mining NG. And he has a new set, farming set. That means I can pickpocket, NG pull, everything all in one. I don't even have first aid on this character. Samwise, my man. Going well, bro. It's 4:24 in the AM. I am on the quest. The quest. Your quest. To get the charm. For this new, freshly geared and professioned robe. And there it is. Still in Vietnam, booked my flights back to Europe, flying on the 4th of June to Munich staying with a friend and his family in Bavaria. We have a full booster box of Magic the Gathering cards. We used to play, collect all the time when we were younger. And while we stopped collecting, whenever we meet up, which is usually once a year or once every couple of years, whenever we meet up, we always buy a booster box and do a draft. Beautiful, beautiful. How are you, Samwise? And try the bombs. Try them out for size. Not that I need them on McBacon. A little sad. My IRL friend who we play with quit the game over complications with the lady. Yeah, that happens. So he just sent me everything he owns. Mailbox has never been so full, and trying to sort it all. Got about 100 lockboxes to open, but sad to see him go. Yeah, that is a shame. One auspicious and one drooping eye. Mainly drooping, I would say. Yeah. Women don't like WoW. Well, women who don't play WoW don't like WoW. They want you to be giving your attention to them, which is fair enough to a certain degree. I never forget that famous Mighty Mouse interview. Demetrius Johnson, UFC fighter. He was raiding Karazhan, and his wife had asked him, "Oh, will you do this, that, and the third? You know, my father's coming over. There's some family event. There's this thing that I want cooked. Can you put that on for me? Blah blah blah, whatever it was." He's like, "Sure, but I want to go into Karazhan with my guild." She's like, "Okay, how long is that gonna take?" He's like, "It'll be like 3 hours." You know, and he knew that it wouldn't, even when he said it. No, he said less than 2 or 3 hours. You know, he said like an hour, something like that. Now he might be a great UFC fighter, but his guild sucks at Kara, because in this interview he's giving, he was like, 3 hours came and went. We're still wiping on Nightbane, and I know I'm gonna get in trouble, but I just keep playing anyway. 5 hours later, he comes downstairs. The wife is there. She's like, "We need to have a talk." It's like, "Okay." She goes, "You have a decision to make. It's World of Warcraft or me." And that was that. He's never played since.
What do you seek? Farewell.
Okay, why is my item rack? I need to change it. There we go. Gloves, belt, boots, rings, dodge, lamp, and the rest is fine. Stealth. Yeah. Coming back to Ireland. Yeah. Yeah, so flying into Munich and staying in Germany for about a week, then flying back to Ireland for the mate's 40th, which is going to be June 14th, 16th-ish, something like that. I'll keep you posted on it actually if you're free. See what's up, we might get a pint in. June is usually a good month for weather, so I don't know how available you are to make a trip to Westport, but that could certainly be a thing.
The wrecking.
Okay, we're good. Let's make some money. Some badly needed money. Yes, we got these. Put on our full DPS gear. Fan braces. It's the best of both worlds. Sky Mistress's wrist guards, which are really, really good. Have a socket, but not quite as good stats as the Phase 1 Bis from Old Hillspread Fields Heroic. This item is basically a combination of those two. 6 stats and a socket with a damage bonus, which is sick. And we got Coronas, of course, last Wednesday. I'm always keen for a pint. Good stuff. Good stuff. Fiddling with the mic here, trying to reduce these clicks. That's better. Let's turn the gain down, bring the mic a bit closer. How did SSC TK go? Went pretty well. We didn't kill Kael'thas. We did get a 97 on the lurker, which was cool. And we did okay. I thought, honestly, I was kind of hoping there was going to be a pink one in there, and I thought 2 to 3 orange. We died on Alara, and then we couldn't get Kael'thas, but there was a lot of stupid wipes on trash in SSC. Some people pulled with pet and things like that, but you know, that's how it goes. So every time we refresh, our rank is going down like another 100 points. That's alright. In terms of loot, my 2 SRs were the sword And the belt. And the sword dropped. Our Alan Bashara. There was only 2 SRs on it, me and the other rogue Freka. And I rolled a 22. And he won with 30 something or 60 something. But you know what? And I wasn't gutted, but I was pretty disappointed because it's the number one, apart from DST, it's the number one DPS increasing item. And if you get that week 1, you know, you're ahead of the game. You can really start to parse. Every rogue who has that item next week is going to do way more damage than any rogue that doesn't. So if you're trying to chase orange and pink numbers, you need to get that as soon as possible. However, Freka offered to expose armor for me because he knew I had almost full bis, and he knew I wanted to parse. We both like parsing. We like to push. So he offered to expose for me, so he deserves it. Let me see. Yeah, I think we'll just go. I joined a guild with my other mate, and some sound Scottish and Scandi. The belt with expertise dropped. I had 2 SRs and 3. Others had 1. I rolled lower than all with both of my rolls. Bro, it's brutal. Feel for you. That hurts. It's the belt of 100 deaths, I assume. It's absolutely insane. However, this is going into the new video, but I'll show you now. This is my current baseline. It's the gear that I'm wearing. So if we go to belt, $310. $314. Okay, 2740 is the average. Sometimes 2, sometimes 38, whatever. 2740 is the average. And then we're up to 2780. That's a 40 DPS jump. However, you can buy this one, Belt of Deep Shadow. And 2740 was our baseline. Sorry, I'm over hit cap. That's why. Because this belt gives hit, the other one doesn't. 316, perfect. 240 was base, now we're 270. That's 30 DPS. That's only 10 DPS behind belt of 100 deaths, so something I addressed in the video. A lot of people go mental over belt of 100 deaths. Like, it's the best thing ever. As a single item with that slot, 40 DPS is absolutely incredible. It's huge for a belt. However, if you have this, it's only a 10 DPS upgrade. To put that into perspective, 2740. Let's switch out ring for one of the new bis rings. It's going to go up to about 2750. That's a 10 DPS upgrade. These are the minors. C tier, well, B tier upgrades. You know, anything up to about 10 DPS is like B tier. And then 10 to, 20 or 25, 30, it's like A tier. And then 30 plus is S tier, basically. So these are minor. If you just get the Belt of 100 Deaths, Deep Shadow, it turns this one into a ring upgrade. Not a big deal, so you can get that. But I know it's not going to take the edge off your heartbreak. Strange, where did my sap go? Strange, what is going on? Whoa, get out of here. Guess they didn't have their coffee this morning. They didn't even see me. Oh, I'm in my DPS gear. That's a good job I didn't do an NG pull. I was wondering, why am I... Is that a stream surger? Bollocks. Right. Mm-hmm. See that? No combat. Managed to pull it off. Sick. Now the surger's gonna run past me. Bollocks. Okay. Note to self. You know, the irony is, the reason why I put this set together, the SV farming set, is because I would die all the time forgetting to switch sets when I was farming. So I wanted one set that could do everything, which this set does once I click into it. I'll be right back. So my hardcore rogue, I managed to get killed last week at level 22. I tried to do the rogue poison quest on Horde side, even with my many years of playing and knowing everything that is going to happen in the quest. And he almost killed me. So I jumped off the top of the tower. You can land on these kind of fabricy parasol type sail things come out the edge of the building. The plan was to land on that and then jump down again and run and reset. And I missed it. I broke both my legs. Bro. Now we're in the right set. It's got it all. I get to wear this cool lamp. I love stealing things. So, update on the farm and the economics. It's still producing really good gold per hour. I'm actually going to reset this. Because even though the price of ores and gems went down, as you all know, the price of large prismatic shards has gone through the roof. And the scrolls, bro, the scrolls are now starting to give really nice returns. So Scroll of Spirit is up to like 1 gold 50. Scrolls of Protection are up to like over a gold. It's really nice. Now we got the Surgers again. Okay. So yeah, the other aspects of the farm are starting to produce more DPS, sorry, more gold per hour, which is really nice. That's not what we wanted to have happen, actually. We'll work with it. I don't think we're going to make this chest in time, to be honest. Oh, they're there. Okay, we'll get on the way back. Honestly, with so much time away from the farm, I reckon most of you guys are better than me at this stage. Look at these rookie mistakes. Pure amateur hour. A disgrace. We did get 3 noble topaz in a 2-session stretch 2 days ago from these slaves. We got 2 in one session, like in the space of an hour or 2. Then we got 1 in the next session, which is very nice. Together a structure when I was making the video, put together a structure for the channel, and I'm thinking I need to make a trailer and a how to parse video, 99 gruel video, but the idea was a weekly Rogues Diary update. The best upgrades, like, you know, 5 minutes on, or a couple of minutes on upgrades from the week plus simming. The best boss fights from, so the highest DPS or highest parsing boss fights with a short analysis of each from the week. That can include heroics and raids. A most gold per hour versus least gold per hour of this farm. So a little bit of gold farming in there as well. A little news section, anything blue posts and community reactions to stuff, just to get a little bit of that in there as well. And any new add-ons and macros, or maybe of the macros or add-ons that I like and use. Every week I'll just share one more little section and share those out over the course of the year. And that way we cover DPS rating with these two, the gold farming here, news and community, and then like quality of life UI stuff. So that's the plan. Got a living ruby yesterday from a bell iron ore as well, which is very nice. You know what I'm gonna do? Just gonna do this NG, not too long pull. Just take our chances, and if it doesn't work this time, we're just gonna reset, chalk it up to ring rust. Been out of the game for too long. Drink some more of this coffee, nice cold coffee. And with a plan, you better believe it, baby. I'm literally burning through all of my savings. Chasing the dream. Chasing the dream. Like, I'm literally willing to move to another country in order to have the best internet that I can get. Bulgaria and Romania are top of my list at the minute. Now I have friends in Spain and Germany that I could live with or near and have an instant community and friend group that I can just slide into which is nice. But if I want to buckle down for the year and just do everything I can to grow the channel, then I really want to isolate to a certain degree. So, Bulgaria and Romania, I know nobody. But living there would probably buy me another 6 months or even a year. I was smart with my money. Vivizian. Okay, let's reset. I didn't even get the chest. I just ran out. Been a month already. Matt, how you doing? Is Ireland that much more expensive than both? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bro, Ireland is really expensive. It's massively expensive. Bulgaria and Romania are closer, cost of living wise, to Hanoi or Bangkok than it is to Ireland. Yeah, no, Ireland is insane. Like a packet of 20 smokes in Ireland, it's like say 17 euro. I don't know what that is in pounds. You know, gonna pull this out of my arse, maybe 12 pounds. It's nuts. That's locked. We don't actually care where they are anymore, because we just belt. We belt anyway, and we have 100% dodge. So I'll speed up. That's why. 12 seconds. Bollocks. That's why I was wondering, I was like, where's my throw? Why is it on bow when I was in my PV DPS set? Oh, the belt didn't work. Sorry, it did work. What was that thing coming off me? Soundwise. Daze me. Bro. I'm so rusty. Unbelievable. Straight into the water. Good lord. Hmm. Oh, we did get a dawnstone. Well out of practice, brother. Unbelievable how out of practice I am with this farm. I had 15,000 gold. Look how much I've got now. My total, 314 gold from 15,000. Insane. I spent about 8,000 gold boosting my second rogue. So he's going to be the farmer, so I can switch McBacon over to full PvE, which is going to be engineering and enchanting for the next few phases. And I have a farming rogue and a PvE rogue, maybe a PvP rogue too. So it was 8,000 gold to get boosted to 70, and I had to get him out. I spent another 1,000 gold, completely wasted. At least 1,000 gold, at least, buying like a crawl blade, all these different things. Because when I first boosted him, the idea was, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna quest to 70, and I'll turn it into a video series. And I realized, no fucking way, I'm questing to 70. No way, it's so slow. I was like, oh wait, I've got loads of money. Let's just pay for boosts. So I did the Nirvana method. I just stared at walls and gained massive amounts of experience. So we got to 70. We'd blown 8k and another 1 or 2k on useless gear that we didn't even use. Then we needed to level engineering and mining. You have to smelt your way up. With mining, so you have to buy all the stuff. But they have figured it out. Guys, if you try to level mining now by smelting, the breakpoints, or, no, they're not breakpoints, they're kind of pinch points where you can only get through with, well, you can only ever always smelt, like, you know, you start smelting copper and then bronze and then iron and so on. But those are all easy to find. When you get up to true silver is harder to find, but normally worthless because nobody ever really uses it for anything. So at the end of Classic, for example, if you're a thorium mining stealth farming rogue and you're in Silithus down in the tunnels and you see that little yellow dot and your heart jumps because of the chance at a crystal, and then you mouse over it and it says true silver, every mining rogue or mining character will understand how your heart sinks in that moment, because true silver is worthless. However, because smelting is the new meta, whales, economists have figured it out, and they've bought out all the true silver, cornered the market, and raised the price. True silver is now 3 gold 50 per ore, and when you try and sell it back, like you can with all the other ores, smelt copper into bars, sell it back, you know, bronze, sell it back, or iron, sell it back, all the way up, except for true silver. Nobody wants to, there's no use for it. So you spend all that money and you get nothing out of it. So yeah, we leveled mining, then we leveled NG, then we bought him fell leather gloves, fell leather boots, fell leather trousers, 200 gold each. Bought him 2 night blades, crusader on both. You know, it goes quick. We had the materials for Belt of Deep Shadow, and I made the NG goggles, which was really nice actually. So it was a midnight release for SSC and TK, as you know. And when I went to the NG trainer, the guy over here, the goggles weren't up. So at 11:59, while the whole raid was outside SSC, I asked for a quick summon back. I said, please summon me, I'm just gonna head over quickly to... I was already on my way to him at 11:59, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have time, because I knew that the guild wouldn't be waiting around for me. So I was beside him and 12 on the dot. As soon as I heard in Discord, everyone's like, it's open, and they're moving in. I clicked on him and the goggles were there. So I clicked on the summon then, it had like 30 seconds left. And went into the raid. And I had all the materials and the enchant with the head and the gems, everything. But I didn't have an arclight spanner. I left it in my bank. So I was on the lift going down to SSC. Can I get an arclight spanner? Does anyone have an arclight spanner, please? And I got a Lenda one. So I made it there, and then as everyone was buffing up, getting ready for trash. So it was nice to be able to go in with the base goggles. Exact same on Spine Shatter. Yeah, it is brutal. But luckily for us, we have this farm. How much money you got now, Samwise? I mean, I know your friend just left the game and probably sent you all of his, but outside of that, five modes. Nice. We started our Kiwi farm yesterday, and we got a living ruby from a fell iron. Like the first fell iron in the dungeon. And the gold per hour shot up to 1100. And then I just watched as it slowly fell down. And because I'm so rusty, I died a lot of times. I was on my alt as well, so I didn't have the NG gear, you know. Real Fade W. Hey, how's it going? It's going good, brother. We're back in the Steam Vaults farming. Very rusty. Haven't been farming here in about 2 weeks since moving from Bangkok to Hanoi. So that's it, we're done. 10k in gold and around 10 to 15 in haze pots and gems. Nice. Crafted 700 haze pots when there was 6 gold, bro. They're now selling for 13. Yeah, doubling your money there. It's so nice. Zeliex, Zeal, or Zelex. Just started trying new SV runs, and I'm doing chess 1 for the first time, and I'm setting record death numbers out here. I keep setting them. Death is how you will be reborn into a rich gold farming rogue. I'm doing the same thing, brother. I'm dying a lot. Then I just got probably 10k from my friend. Wow, nice. Yeah, leveling the rogue, the second rogue, definitely put into perspective that you can never have enough money. I mean, I thought when I had 15k, I'm set. You know, there's nothing that I'll ever need that I won't be able to buy. And when I got the rogue up, paid for all the boosts, bought all the phase 2 crafting stuff, crafted it, blah blah blah. I didn't even have enough money left to buy my blink strike. So I said I got it. There was one in the auction house for 2,300 gold. And I had like 2,000 gold. So I was like, right, go into the Steam vault, did an hour, went back to the auction house, sold, gone. The rest of them there, 3k. I was like, alright, whatever. I'll just buy daggers. So with post nerf SSC TK, we can safely assume that all raids from here on out will be post nerf, which affects the value of our resistance gear, right? Could I set my volume up? Sure. Let's put the mic up like that. Probably a bit better. I've been playing around the game. I have to keep my voice down because my friends are asleep in the room below me. But at the same time, I have to keep the mic gain down so that it doesn't pick up the mouse clicks. And then I have to move my mouth closer to the mic. But then it picks up all my mouth sounds. So I'm still such a noob at this. We'll get there. Zelex, out of 5 runs so far, I've not made it to the water yet, so it's going well. Don't worry about that. I don't know how many times I died in here trying to figure out the NG pulls. That's just all part of it. You will be flying so fast. Samwise in the chat here watched my videos. and he'd never gold farmed with a rogue before. Boosted a rogue, got him to 70. Watched the stream as he was doing it, copied the pulls, and within a day he was 5 lockouts, and he developed his own method for aspects of the pulls. Oh, you'll get there, don't worry about that. I'll be sharing that money my friend sent me with another mate of mine, because you don't need that much gold. He just got a road to 70 and he's been learning the vaults for money too. Put him onto your vids, of course. Nice one, brother. We're all gonna get rich. Rich? You plan on getting your own place? Yeah, the plan was to get my own place. But when I came here first, the first day that I was here, I got disconnected 3 times from the internet within like an hour, and big red alarm bells started ringing in my head. This is not a network environment that is conducive to streaming. So then I had to figure out if it was, you know, a problem with their network, my friends, or a nationwide network issue, and so on and so forth. But Vietnam, even though the ping here, well, 257 isn't great, but Vietnam is notoriously bad for having bottlenecked underwater cables. And I forgot about that, because it's ranked very highly. Here's a fucking crazy thing, right? It's so stupid. Vietnam, if you go on the AI and ask it what internet is like in Vietnam, it'll be like, oh, it's really good. Here's this index. Here's this study. Here's this list of all the best internets. And they're ranked up there. I was like, okay. But I remembered from living here that there was issues. I thought, alright, maybe it's been updated, blah blah. So some of these studies or lists or whatever, we got a living ruby straight from the pocket. Beautiful. That's a win. That is a win. These slaves are holding out on us, boys. Don't believe the hype. Interestingly, if you go into slave pens and try to pickpocket the workers in there, they don't have any pockets. The slaves do. I think there's this conspiracy going on. Anyway, back to the incident in Vietnam. So these benchmarking resources that the AI had used were only benchmarking the national network, the internet inside of Vietnam, which is such a retarded way to benchmark the internet, because it's the fucking internet. It's around the world. That's the way it's supposed to work. Oh, it's really, really good. It's great internet. Nationally. But as soon as you try and get out of the country, it's throttled by, 3 or 4 undersea cables and routing bases in Singapore and a few other places. And as soon as it gets busy, everybody's internet goes to shit and disconnects go through the roof. So for a streamer, that's not good. However, I know this city very well, and I have a lot of friends here, and it's super cheap, and the weather's great. Is this live? Yeah, it's live. Restream is the name of the brand, the company that will, you stream to them, and they'll split your stream and send it to YouTube and Twitch. and I tried to pay for the service so I could remove that watermark. But my bank won't recognize that company as a payee, and every time I tried to pay, my card would get blocked, and I'd have to ring up my bank and unblock it, which, when you're in Thailand or Vietnam, it's going to cost you like $5. But it's a pretty confusing company name because, yeah, so many people assume that it's not live, which is kind of short-sighted of them. There you go. "23 minutes and 10 seconds. That's good. Ooh, reading the chat, running into Naga. Hey man, I can only assume that you're Polish. Julian120, Moro, aka M Sala, your mic is low. Apologies for the low mic. I turned the gain down so it won't pick up the clicks as much. And I'm also in a room directly above my mates. Yeah, Matt, back to your question. I need to decide whether I'm going to stay in Vietnam or not. I have a flight to Europe in 2 weeks booked because I'm going back for my mate's birthday to surprise him. And I'll spend about 2 weeks in Europe, and in that time, I'll decide whether I'm going to come back to Vietnam, set up base camp there, or move to Bulgaria or Romania, or possibly stay in Germany with friends, because Germany is quite cheap. Definitely compared to Ireland. But everything I do now, all the decisions I make, like I don't have a wife or kids or girlfriend, so I'm completely free to, free is probably the wrong word, but I don't have to, I can make all of my decisions. So if a man is going all in to build a channel, then a man is going all in to build a channel. So if I have to relocate to another country to do that, so be it. Wow, it's quite the jump. Alright, we're getting back into a bit of a flow now. The old fast twitch muscle fibers are waking up. I woke up at 1:30 a.m. today. That's how fucked my rhythm is. I'm staying up all night doing SSC and TK. That's another big factor as well, because when you have reverse sleeping patterns or circadian rhythms, it seriously affects your mood, which has a knock on, and your energy levels. Like you sleep much better at night time, like during the day when there's light going into your room. It's really, really bad for your quality of sleep. So staying up all night and then sleeping during the day, being a vampire, which I've been doing for the last, what do we know, May, 5 months, is it's not ideal, shall we say. Huh. Well, let's go and get the mines and the moats, right? Man, I love this new gear set. Absolutely love it. No switching around. I got 45 spell hit, which apparently, I haven't done my own testing, but general consensus on the RD Discord from other people testing and theory crafting is that it's around, I can't remember the exact number, but this is enough, basically. So we have enough spell hit from these to pickpocket. We have the 2 dodge trinkets that bring us up to 100% dodge. We have the belt, we have the boots, we have the gloves. Oh yeah, the lamp of peaceful radiance, another 12 hit, right? So we don't have to wear the dress, which is nice, because I'm not a big fan of the dress. We also need normal melee hit rating for sap and blind and gouge. Although blind maybe is like a spell, can't remember. So you need a balance of spell hit and normal hit, which I get from, you know, some of my other bits of gear. And it all ties together in this kind of grave robber looking set. I just put the Blade of Eternal Darkness here for the memes. I don't have a decent main hand yet. I need to get that. Keeping Spine Sever for the hit, of course. This lamp, bro, I love the way it looks. It's like, I love breaking into things, stealing things. Do you think Primal Water would go up? Right now it's 10 gold on Night Slayer. Yeah, it's gone down a lot. So it's 13 gold here. I don't know if it's going to go up. The factors for driving that would be, you know, what are people using it for? So, in future phases, you know, there might be new gear, afterglow gear, that requires primal waters or other things that require primal water. But is it going to be enough to bring the price of the entire server back up again? I'm not sure. But I can tell you, and I'm very happy to report, that the farm itself is still, now I get a living ruby here, but it's still 300 to 350, you know, bottom to normal range. And if you get a ruby or topaz, it's going to spike up again. It's still insanely good money, but not for the same reasons. Scrolls are going up in price. Now, not necessarily strength, but spirit, protection. They're up now over a gold. I just put one in the auction house. Scroll of Spirit 5 for like 1 gold 80, which is insane. So the new content is more difficult, and now the scrolls are not optional, as I had mentioned in the past would happen. So the price is spiking on them, which is nice for us. And large prismatic shards are now like insane money. They're like nearly 20 gold. Yeah, 20 gold each. Like it was only a few weeks ago they were 13. And they're just going to continue. Now, this could be a peak, but they're bis, you know, enchanting, bis enchants all require them. Almost all. So they're going to keep high until Wrath. So scrolls are going up, and they'll continue to go up. Shards are going up, and they'll either maintain this or continue to go up. They might drop down a bit, but they're still in the high teens. So that offsets, to some degree, the drop in ores and gems and water. This farm, man, this farm has it all. Like, there's so many things that are valuable in here that if one of those assets, for whatever reason, loses a lot of value, the farm is still golden because there's so many other assets. And it's not nerfable. Well, it's nerfable, but they're not going to. How much gold do you have now? Christian Peterson. I am broke. I have 344 gold. I spent 15,000 gold over the last week. I have a second rogue now at 70. Cost me about 10k gold to get him. Well, I paid Blizzard for the boost, 58. And then I paid mages for the boost to 70. And I kitted him out with some gear. It was about 10,000 gold. Then I needed to buy the mats for the engineering goggles, which I crafted in the raid on launch night. And a few more things. I had to spend money getting my alt rogues mining up and engineering up. That was hundreds of gold, obviously, 1,000 probably. So yeah, it goes quick. I don't even have enough to buy him a blink strike, my second rogue. He's sporting 2 night blades at the moment. Badass head, I dig it. Apologies for my late response. Scroll of Spirit, 3.3 gold on Thunderstrike right now. There you go. Next Wednesday after Arena Reset, large Prissy value gonna pop off. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Not locked. Love to see it. Nice quick one. Wow, I'll lend you gold. Thank you. It's alright. I just need to come back into the Steam Vaults. So good. I mean, I hadn't grinded in, a week or whatever. And I spent all that gold and I was like, oh shit. Looking at the auction house. I need to get Blink Strike, I need to get this, I need to get that, so on and so forth. And I was like, okay, I'll go grinding. And even though I've spent months in here making ridiculous amounts of gold, still I was like, oh, it's going to take so long. And then I just started farming, and it's like 300 gold, 600 gold, 900 gold. It's like, bro, I forgot how good this is. It's so good. It's absolutely insane how much money you get out of this place. And manitims. Now we're back. How come I landed in the water? I have water walking on. What the hell? Weird. Maybe that's oil. So that's a really nice pickpocket return in the last 48 hours. 3 noble topaz and 1 living ruby from picking pockets, which we can do now with this new set. Oh shit. Learned some pretty cool things about The Sims though, making this last video. Like having 3-piece tier 4 going into this phase is much better than having 2. That 3rd piece allows you to get out of being waste locked. I'll show you. So this gives you 35 hit, the 2 set. So it's hard to break, but you break it with the gloves. The Death Mantle gloves are worth about 10 DPS more, even when you break the set. So you get the gloves first, and then you get the shoulders. That's how you break Waste Walkers, and still increase your DPS. And then for your 2 set, it depends on which ones you have. So I have the chest piece and the legs, but I also have the head. Now, if I were to get, for example, the Brigand's Vest, the BIS for us, which will be one of the last pieces that you should get, and I'll cover why that is in the video. I have covered it, but I haven't released the video yet. It's not finished. So if you get Brigands, then it's actually a DPS loss because you lose the 2 set. However, if you put in Brigands and you swap your goggles back down to your tier 4, and now you have your 2 set tier 4, the DPS from Brigands is worth more than the goggles, so you go up in DPS again. Sometimes with simming and gear swapping, you have to go 1 step backwards, 2 steps forwards, and a lot of people miss that or don't think about it or don't realize it's a part of the game. So if you're trying to parse, you need to be doing the most DPS that you possibly can in every raid, really. Yeah, you can buy all the Arena Season 1 Gladiator gear now for just honor, which is kind of cool. What's the pickpocket set? Well, I've changed. I used to have a dedicated pickpocket set, and now I have this, which is my grave robber garb set. It's a little bit transmog, but it's completely functional, and I love it. There's enough spell hit from the 2 rings and this lamp in the offhand. Now you can't shiv, that's the only downside, but I wasn't really using shiv anyway, to be honest. So you get the spell hit here for pickpocket. We have enough normal gear. You know what? I don't need the stealth, but I could use that hit. We need normal hit for our saps and our gouge, things like that. And then you need the belt and the boots, and you need to have the gloves. So it takes all 5 actually, because you want to look badass as well, right? So there's 5 components you have to balance for this arm, and they're balanced really well in the set. The only thing that doesn't really serve a purpose is the Blade of Eternal Darkness, but I kind of like having, number one, such a crazy broken item for mages, but I like having it next to the lamp. Eternal Darkness and Peaceful Radiance, kind of yin yang, goes with the black and gold, and the set looks really good. Like, it works. What are we at now? 45 minutes. Huh? 10-minute lockout. Strange. It's my first runs of the day. Right. Makes sense. So I set this kiwi farm down here. Yeah, start session on entering zone. So every time I come in, because I often forget to start it, those of you who have been watching the stream will know full well that often happens. And then it finishes on lockout. On logout. But I think that's log out of the zone. So, for example, when I come out here, we'll actually remove it. And if I do kfarm show, it's actually paused up here. Now, let's reset. I won't be able to go in, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back and sort our bags out. Which is really convenient, and I want to leave it like this for convenience. But then I thought, because a big part of what a big focus of mine at the start for the last couple of months with regards to this farm was for it to be honest and not clickbaity in terms of what you can make, which is important. However, I think I'm going to leave it like this because by doing this, it basically gives you the numbers. It still gives me an hour. It's recording all the time when I'm in there, but it will exclude deaths and any time I'm talking with chat and forget to pause it, things like that. But I don't mind that it excludes deaths because I'm good enough at the farm that I don't feel like I'm misrepresenting myself by doing something like that. And you know, as long as you're just like, this is the best hour with 0 deaths, you know, then that's accurate. You know, it just, the hour you get isn't necessarily the hour in real time that I had. Like if I died a couple of times or whatever, then it's not my true gold per hour in that sense, but it is the true gold per hour that you will get out of Steam Vaults if you don't die. So assuming that, then it's accurate. So I'm going to keep it like this. We're going to move this. Yeah, it's fine. Not sure about that. I think Gladiator said his honor for season 3, but I'm not sure. No, I just mean yeah, discounted 60% honor and no longer requires rating. That's the season 1 gear. I would like to say, oh, I'm gonna gear up, start doing the PvP thing, but I've just got so much work to do on the channel, and I need to get that video released. Oh, Biss. That's a good omen, boys. We pulled a Rogue's Diary while we were talking about growing the channel. Let's get rid of some of this gear we don't need. Oh, thank you so much, bro. That's Chef Skill. You sub for, what's that? 2 months, bro. Thank you so much, mate. You have no idea how good that makes me feel. Like I was anxious and biting my nails about the last 2 weeks because I haven't been streaming. I've been in Vietnam. The connection hasn't been very good. The environment isn't conducive to me streaming because I have people sleeping beneath me, blah blah blah. All these things in my head. And then I'm freaking out because I put all this work into the video and it's going to be really good, but it still hasn't been released because I bit off more than I could chew. But it's coming in the next few days. But those things, and then the big decision about where I'm going to move to, all those things coalescing on top of me was like making me not freak out, but just get kind of anxious and worried about my position. So when you just sub for 2 months, it's like very validating and it puts me at ease. So thank you so much. And the same to you, Samwise, for your resub recently. Appreciate you so much, legends. Can you farm Steam Vault like that and not get banned? Sure. We're not doing anything wrong. Not doing anything bannable. It's all fine. I just got good at the NG pulls. Now you're water walking. How many pulls did you replace with water walking? Is the dodge trinket required? I do water walking. I do water walking and NG pulls. It depends. Let's put this stuff away for a second. Because we're going to be farming all day. We are so broke. We're just going to put all of this. Except for that. I need that. Putting all this away. What do we got? 2717. 2727, perfect. Perfect. I will answer your question in a second. Good man, I'll take a piss. My coffee's still cold. It is lovely. Alright, we're back. How many NG pulls? Okay. I water walk whenever the chest is locked. Because with an NG pull, you get 98% of the time one click, one attempt to open it. So if it's locked and it fails, it ends up taking more time in the long run. So if it's locked, I'll do a water walking pole. So I have at least 2, sometimes 3, and in some rare cases, but not as rare as getting 2 shots at a locked chest with an NG pull, sometimes you get 4 shots when you do the water walk, even when it's locked. And is the dodge trinket required? Both of these trinkets are not required, but they will definitely reduce the number of dazes, deaths that you have. For example, on my alt rogue, who's freshly 70, who's going to be my new farmer once he gets all the gear, he's missing the belt and these spell hit pieces. But he doesn't have either of these, and I died a few times on normal pulls over the last couple of days with him because I got dazed or I got hit. So they're not required, but they are definitely going to make your life easier. Grab this one from the quest in Hellfire Peninsula, the little goblin beside the Zeppelin. You do pick up all the bits of Zeppelin parts, and then you go and kill Voidwalkers. It's 2 quests, and the second one gives you this one. Thank you, Samwise, for educating us all about this one. And then Morrow's is just really nice. It's double. Actually, no. It's 50% more than this. But the fact that you can get this from a quest, it gives you 10% dodge rating. Exactly, almost. And this gives you 15. So that's 25. You get 50 from this, and you get the other 25% from your agility and your gear. Jobry19, hey bro, you play WoW Classic TBC 20th. I'm not sure what that means, but I play in TBC 20th anniversary. Yeah, this is WoW TBC anniversary. You're Spain? Oh, you're EU then. You might be on my server. I'm on Thunderstrike, PvE, not Spine Shatter. What did you spend your gold on? Boosting my 70 rogue. It cost about 10,000 gold. Probably another 1 or 2,000 to level his mining and NG. And buy him some gear. And the last bits I spent on getting the new engineering goggles and raid cons. Lots of raid cons. I went through 60 haste potions. 60. On SSC TK launch night. So you can imagine how much I spent on super sapper charges and goblin sappers and all that. I picked the wrong reward for the quest. I will get the pocket watch. I got Spyglass of the Hidden Fleet from SSC. Trash, which is kind of quality of life. I was looking at that. Shitloads of stamina. And a heal, isn't it? Yeah, 40 stamina. And 1300 a heal. What's a super mana? 1500 low end. So, no budget. Super mana. Over 12 seconds. That's really nice. 40 stamina though, that's insane. Yeah, the stamina, like you can put stamina up against dodge, right? Because if you're missing the trinket that gives you 10% dodge rating, but you have a 40 stamina, which is 400 hit points, the dodge is still better, right? Because you get hit once by one of those guys, it's a lot more than 400. But still, you stack that one with you stack your 40 stamina trinket with the violet eye trinket, which is also 40 stamina, I think. Now you've got almost 1,000 hit points from 2 trinkets, which is nuts. Not locked, right? Hmm. SV is the most gold, yes. It's the best gold farm in the game. Solo. As far as I'm aware of. Do you need to be an engineer? No. You can do it without engineering. I have a video on my channel showing you all of the pulls without engineering. Haven't even checked. Oh, we're nearly at 2,500. Nice. It's been very, very slow lately though, because I haven't posted anything. Yeah, here it is. No NGSV, the best gold farm. So go watch that, and it'll show you how to do everything. Currently sitting at 365 gold an hour. This is our last run. Then we'll screenshot this and reset. Not locked. Again. Nice. We'll take it. It's gonna go now. I'm not gonna wait for the patrol. Cannot be arsed. Hmm. If we don't have the equipment you have, is it possible to do it? Yeah. I was doing naked runs just to show it's possible. There's less margin for error, but if you're asking that question, it means that you haven't done the farm, which means you will want to get as much of the gear. I mean, to start, you really need boots and the belt and the gloves. These are like a few gold on the auction house. These are much more expensive. You can do it without them. You can do the non-NG pulls. But some of them are much harder. To be honest, you don't need the boot and belts, but it's more gold per hour if you have them. have Instagram. No, I'm not a hoe. I don't do the gram. I jest, I'm not throwing shade on people who use Instagram. But no, I don't have an Instagram. I have a YouTube and a Twitch. How much gold in 1 hour? Well, we're at 54 minutes and we're at 384 gold. Now, I found a living ruby in this hour, so that's worth 90 gold. So this would be 280, about 300 gold without the ruby. So that's what you get if you don't get any gems. I think average is 325 on my server, is around right. 325 to 350 is what you're looking at, average. If you get unlucky with gems, you're gonna get 300. But if you get lucky with gems, you're gonna get 400. And if you get super lucky and get multiple high value gems in an hour, and you're looking at closer to 500, which definitely happens. So I would say on average it's sitting at probably 350, 375 on my server. And thank you for your compliments about being a good rogue, by the way. I appreciate you. Samwise, I never got the belt, I just got myself the PvP set you can buy for rep and gemmed it with Agi and Stam, and of course the rocket boots. There you go. Perfect example of not needing to follow gear sets and recommendations. There's 100 ways to skin this cat. $387. Let's see if we can rob another gem on the way out. 2.5 minutes. We don't delete the rogue's diary. Never. It will be auto-sold, but not deleted. $58 and 50 seconds. We've got a minute. A minute to increase our gold per hour. vanish up, so it's alright. Need to be careful. Fifteen seconds. Okay. Let's shot it.
Good prices.
Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go make a coffee because we're gonna be doing this all day. Let me answer a few questions first. Primal Fire got cheaper in general. Primals are cheaper now. Sirio 1791. Right now I'm farming food for spell power in Derricar. We tried doing rogue mana tomb runs, but it really a matter of luck what drops from the chests. And since I don't have mining, it's harder. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's less gold per hour without mining. Mining is a big part of it. I mean, look at this. This is our last hour. Rice. Yeah, session. Adamantite ore 37, so that's 10%. Fell iron ore 19, which is whatever, 7%. Motive earth, another 4 gold. That's for mining. Motive fire, 19 gold. Wow, look at that. 10 motes of fire. That's worth as much as the fell iron. That's 20 and 99 is 18, 38. So the fell iron and the motes of fire are worth the same as the addy. So that's 20% of the farm right there. And then you can get gems from those, from mines as well. You get gems from the mines, you get gems from the chests, and you get gems from pickpocketing. And the chance of getting gems is relatively very high in chests, quite low in, very low from mines, and very low from pickpocketing as well. So yeah, if you don't have mining, just chests, it's still good, but yeah, I know why you might not want to do it. Alright, coffee time. Be right back. Oh, I'll actually play the video for you guys while I'm making a coffee. It's not finished, so there'll be bits where there might not be any visuals. But for those of you who haven't seen it, Phase 1 is done, and if your experience was anything like mine, you sacrificed the last of your sanity on the altar of RNG for a pair of old... Just want to check with you guys, can you hear that? The video, I mean? The last time I played it, I didn't have the sound turned on. Yes, okay, good. This is DaVinci Resolve, by the way. Samwise, you were asking me about it. Phase 1 is done, and if your experience was anything like mine, you sacrificed the last of your sanity on the altar of RNG for a pair of old boots and a backpack full of broken dreams. Hit like if you're already dead inside, and welcome back to the Rogue's Diary. Today, we're combining the dark art of BIS lists with the secret sorcery of simulation. I'll be showing you how to use these nefarious tools so that we may all, once and forever, learn to optimize our lack of optimism on this cruel, soul-crushing journey toward the ever-elusive nightmare unicorn of true BIS. Stick on that coffee and I'll sharpen your blades. We're turning rogues from green parse goblins into meter-topping meat cleavers. Let's look at the top 2 BIS lists every rogue is doom-scrolling right now. Wowhead and wowtpc.gg. While I enjoy the best of both, .gg has become my daily driver, especially for checking the BIS list. Well-designed UI with a clean phase-specific dropdown that also includes where to locate each item. If you're learning the ropes but struggling with rotation, the class guide section for Rogue is a great place to start. Following this correctly is where you're going to find a lot of your missing DPS. Slide over to Wowhead and check out the TBC DPS guide and the Phase 2 gearing guide, both authored by the legendary Simonize. Each paragraph contains useful information, explanations, and nuance that you won't find on .gg. They did, however, both ghost one of the best items in the game that remains competitive into Phase 2, was available on Azeroth, and sims just a few DPS lower than the true BIS item for the slot. If you've been paying attention to the channel, you'll know that we found World First Spine Sever in the pre-patch, proving TBC epics could be obtained by rogues before the Dark Portal opened. Well, good news, the rogues have been busy, and the auction house is flooded with them. You can pick one up for less than 170 gold on my server as of this recording. Sims are a lot like steroids. They make you feel invincible and give you instant results, but if you don't know how to use them, your equipment stops working and you won't be able to get it up into the pink parse. Select your items, enchants, and gems. Over in talents, standard combat swords is fine for what we're doing here, but feel free to torture yourself with whatever degenerate build you happen to be running. Let's set our encounter to 60 seconds for quick and dirty numbers, or go with your actual Maggie kill times from Warcraft logs. Pick Mag Theridon, your race, and professions. If your brain is already fried at this point, you can keep the consumable section stupid simple by deselecting everything except food. Think of it like a hidden trinket slot that gives you 20 hit or agility whenever you want it, and we're going to swap these out more often than DiCaprio's girlfriends. If you want the full package, pop Liquid Speed, Thistle Tea, and Elixir of Demon Slaying for obvious reasons. Grilled Mudfish or Spicy Hot Talbot doesn't matter right now. If you're NG, go Super Sapper, Goblin Sapper, and Addy Nades. Then take Deadly Poison 7 with Strength and Agi 5 to seal the deal. For the I don't care about this buff stuff crowd, go ahead and deselect all. If you want to maximize, select everything. If you want to optimize, select only the buffs that you know your next raid comp is going to have. Last but not least, we're going to set the number of times that we fight this encounter. That is, the number of iterations to simulate. I set 10,000, don't ask me why, eat sim to void and check the final number. This is your average DPS from 10,000 Maggie fights. Quick reality check, set iterations to 1 and run it 10 times. Then watch your DPS swing harder than a borderline pole dancer. This is the combined RNG of your hit and crit, as well as procs from your weapons, talents, trinkets, and turrets. Sims don't get wife aggro, fat finger kidney shot, or rage quit after missing a global. Even with a perfect rotation, some fights go full send, while others bottom you out harder than fat chicks on camping chairs. This is one of the many reasons why your in-game DPS often falls short of the sim. But for now, we don't care what the number is, only that it goes up or down when we swap out a piece. With that being said, gear swaps and socket changes can become hard to track if you start messing with multiple slots simultaneously. For this reason, I advise that you save your setup, sim one item at a time, gem test for best DPS, and reset the baseline before checking the next slot. Let's test our current baseline for the biggest DPS boost that we can get from the upgrades coming out of SSC and TK. You may have vastly different values for the same items. It depends on your loadout as well as the DPS of the item you're swapping from. Unsurprisingly, the two best upgrades are Talon of Ashara main hand and the coveted Belt of 100 Deaths. Before we cover how to optimize your gem setup, it's important to note that this can get very expensive. Luckily, TBC rogues have access to the best solo gold farm in the game, one that's made me well over 60,000 gold since launch and will remain bis until Wrath. Our yellow, red, and orange gems provide us with 8 hit rating, 8 agility, and 4 points of each respectively. While they all give similar DPS, rigid dawnstones appear to give just under 1 extra DPS versus living rubies, while remaining significantly cheaper. Before you go out and spend all your money on dawnstones, remember the 3 reasons that you can't slam hit into every available socket. The 2 blue items required for your meta gem are worth a lot more DPS than any yellows that they replace. Color-specific socket bonuses can often produce extra DPS or the same DPS with extra survivability stats like stamina or dodge. Once you've reached the true hit cap, any extra hit rating is almost completely useless. Now I know what you're thinking, just tell me the magic number that turns my dawnstones into piss crystals and I'll avoid it like the fucking plague. Firstly, it's 363, and secondly, I wish it were that simple. While the true cap is 363 for Horde and Alliance, having a balanced druid with improved Fairy Fire in the raid provides both factions with 3% pure hit. Now it doesn't actually give you any hit rating, it applies directly to your hit beneath it, but if it did, it would equate to roughly 47 hit rating. Subtract 47 from the true hit cap of 363 and give us a new hit cap of 316 for both Horde and Alliance. Or add 47 to the faction targets of 300 and 316. Doing this will bring Horde rogues from 316 to 363, and Alliance from 300 to 347. They can pick up their final points in the form of the Draenei racial Heroic Prince, a party buff that gives 1% blah blah blah. Anyway, I need to create visuals for all of the text or speech you were just listening to. And I bit off more than I could chew with it, to be honest. I started doing, like, it's an intro for rogues, for where they can find the resources they need to track the BIS lists and learn. And then it's WoW Sims, and some advice about how to get started with that. And then it's simming the gear. And then it's hit rating with gems. Kind of a BIS and sim guide for rogues. So that's the idea. But when you actually start to analyze the systems, they're quite deep and technical. And then you're trying to learn the software as well. And you have to write your script. So you have to try to articulate all of these concepts in a way that's congruent and in a narrative. Quite difficult, actually. I have a lot of respect for people who make videos that are well designed and explained. Because it's a lot harder than it looks to make a good video. The prices of gems and primals have dropped so much, they have, but the large prismatic shards and the scrolls are on the up, so don't worry, brother. Yeah, I grabbed it, but I still yet to fiddle with it. Yeah, it's good. I like it. I'm probably gonna buy a course though to get more serious about it. Did I reset? Yes. We snapped it? We did. Alright, let's go. Fresh hour. Great start. Ah, it's interesting. I tried to step to him, but he was in an evade state, so it wouldn't let me. Okay, it's locked. I think I'm just gonna go anyway. Even though I didn't sap this guy. I did. Good, good, good. Do I disenchant everything I get from chests? Pretty much. I was keeping resistance gear to sell, and I would still advise to do that. But with the post-nerf Stata raids, the resistance gear isn't as required. Some of it is, like Frost and Nature for Hydros, and Mother Shiraz in Black Temple. Everybody needs Shadow Res. We got a failure, it's okay. We might have been able to get a second one off there, but we'll get on the way back. The weapons usually sell for, like for example, if you look at this, it says vendor price, auction price, disenchant price. And if you look at if you get like a green weapon, say a sword, the vendor price is usually a little bit more than the disenchant value. So you kind of should sell weapons instead of disenchanting them. But I'm a gambler at heart, you know. I'll disenchant those weapons all day, every day, trying to get 2 greater planar essence out of it. The only time I sold weapons recently, or that I can remember, was when I was so broke yesterday. I had like 50 gold left, and I needed money quick to get something, so I just sold the weapons to the vendor. Minutes. minute, that's fine. Yeah, I disenchanted all. Also, costs nothing to list the enchant mats, and everything almost instantly sells, and it will continue to be that way. It's always been that way for enchanting materials. They just fly out. Now we have an adamantite node beside that first chest. So what we're going to do is in 5 minutes our prep will be off cooldown. We're 5 minutes in to the dungeon. So we're actually going to get that chest and that mine in one pull. We'll pull the Bog Lord and do a long pull. So it did annoy me a little bit to have all these lockboxes in my bags. One of the reasons that would make me lean away from picking in runs, even though it is more gold per hour. It's more hassle as well. However, with this macro, I can just spam click it. And just open all the boxes kind of automatically, which is nice. Because even with 4 gigantic bags, you run out of space so quickly when you're in here for, you know, a few hours. So how did you all get on in SSC and TK? Those of you who have done the raid. Any Belt of 100 deaths enjoyers? Sorry, Samwise. I don't want to bring it up again, but yeah, anyone got Warp Spring Coil? or Belt of 100 Deaths, or Talon of Ashara. Okay, 9 minutes 20. Let's call it 10 minutes by the time we get to the pole. Big guy resisted. Doesn't matter anyway. Gotta wait for these to reposition. We'll do that. So yeah, we'll pull the big guy and this pack together. We use our belt and our evasion and sprint through these. Then we'll hit our swiftness potion when we get up into the ramp. Actually, I think I want to sap here. This is looking good, patrols wise. I think we will distract this one. Haven't done this in a while, so here goes nothing. Alright, not too bad. So now we can prep. We're waiting to see the Bog Lord. Oh, we got Surgers. That's a problem. Wonder where they came from. Probably that pack I distracted, right? They might come down the ramp at me now. Might have been a bit too quick. Oh, that's a problem. I think we're just gonna boots here. This is gonna be tight. We can still do it. The surgers are gonna be coming from the left. We need this first time now, come on. Failed. Cracked. Here comes Boglord. Yeah, we got one Addy. We really needed that chest. Oh. Hello. Okay, well, we were done anyway. Hmm, 221. It's pretty low. Stamina scroll. Strength. No chance to get a place as a rogue. Yeah, fair enough. It's such a shame as well, because rogues are way better than people think they are in terms of their damage. And warriors are very good damage as well, and hunters. So if you have a rogue exposing, then really, really good for the raid. But I get you, it's not like you're going to stack 4 or 5 of them like you would hunters or mages. I do like that the lamp comes out when you sap. That looks cool. I've got a chest. Locked. It's okay. We'll get this straight away. 38 seconds on the boots. That's fine. Italicized. I'm going to leave that first mine. We'll just get the second one. Since we are 2 minutes over time. do have our NG trinket up. We'll use that. Where am I going to put it? Let's do that. That's better. Locked. We don't have our sprint. But we have a crab. Oh, we got a corium. Nice. Very nice. Four motes. Not great. Not terrible. Now, living ruby or topaz, please. I mean, we'll take 4 motes of fire any day. That. It wasn't 1 gold something. No, that was a few days ago. That was 0 days. 349. Holy shit. Rules of spirit. Hmm. All right, run 2 done. Just shy of 300 gold per hour. Back of the Bowl Alley mines. Another corium. Look at that. And an unlocked chest. Beautiful. Oh, we're looking good. Look at that. Perfect. Do we have everything? Yes. Star of a Loon. Ah, it's a shame. How the mighty have fallen. 30 gold, 25 gold, 20, 15, 650. 650. Wow. C mode ban. Hello. Didn't see you for a while. Yeah, it's been busy. Busy time over here. Moved from Bangkok to Hanoi. And I've been set up here, but the internet hasn't been great. I've been working on a new video. Oh, I haven't been streaming. But we're looking pretty good here, so I'm gonna stream all day, I think. I'll probably take a break to finish the video, actually. We're way ahead of time, aren't we? I think so. This must be run 4 now. Did you pickpocket? Yes. Just the slaves, though. I didn't go crazy picking everything. Alright, locked. Suppose I should really. Now we can spam some pickpocketing. Just joined the stream. Ah, welcome. Okay, here they come. Yeah, I used to Fuji Kazuya. I used to skip pickpocketing after a while, even though I had a dedicated set for it, because I didn't like my bags filling up with all these, and then the kind of lower chance to get anything good as well. We'll wait. But it is more gold per hour. And when I was in here yesterday and today, yesterday and the day before yesterday, I picked 3 noble topaz from the slaves. And about, I don't know, an hour ago, I picked a living ruby from one of the slaves. So it can definitely give you good money, but it's rare enough, you know? We'll do some picking now, and I'll show you. Oh, it's not locked. Nice. We can just do... We don't want to lose our thing, so we'll do this, and do that, and do that, do that. We got a dawnstone. Beautiful. All day. Ah. That might be useful. Put the chat up for you guys. Talosite. Wow, the mines are spitting out gems today. Okay. What was that run for? Pretty solid run actually. 372 so far. It's not like we got a Dawnstone, but they're only worth 24 gold, right? Alright, we're not going to pick here. We've got 8 minutes. Everything is up. Good, good, good. Let's smash this last run out. Get a ruby. Push it up over 400 gold for this hour. We got 2 minutes left on water walking. Is it enough? Time will tell. Chest is up. It's locked. Let's get it straight away. What's the name of the potion that makes you walk on water? Water walking elixir. Coincidentally enough. It's pretty expensive though. You can get the swim speed belt or swim speed potions. I think we might have enough for 2 shots here. Wait, maybe? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. That failed again. Well, let's do this. Ah, so close. It's rare. It's rare, very rare, that you can get 2 cracks off on those shorter NG pulls. I made an alt in Thunderstrike and now I'm on 300 NG and 281 mining. I want to get to 300 before heading to Outland. What do you think is the best spot to find mining? So I smelted my way up to 290. Once you get to 290, you can no longer smelt. You need to get the last 10 points yourself. Now, if you have the money, just buy what you need. But your mining is now at 281. You can smelt thorium up to 290. Or you can go mining. So where did I go? I went to I went to the plague lands and I ran around the plague lands. I got my last points there. Also, you need to have, don't need to, well, you do really, you should have these gloves. Any gloves, just enchant them with +5 mining. And that's going to allow you at 295 mining to equip those gloves. Then you have 300 and you can mine fell iron. You won't be able to learn outland smelting until you get your actual points to 300, but you'll be able to go to outland and mine fell iron at 295 with the gloves. So grab yourself. They're super, like these are just white, non-soul bound gloves that I bought from the auction house and then paid someone to enchant them so that I could trade them between my characters. $281, go smelt until 290, then go to Blasted Lands and into the cave. The Blasted Lands cave, does it give, if it gives small thorium and rich thorium, that's good, but I think it gives mithril and sometimes small thorium. But I could be wrong. It sounds like solid advice though. I didn't know you could open that chest without fighting one of the oh dude. Yeah. We've been out of fighting for 2 months now. The first video I released showed the fighting. Second video showed how to do it without. Minute. Let's get on the way out. Yeah, that's the click vanish trick. Basically, the initial interaction with the chest is what pulls mobs that are around the chest if they're in range. However, once you've clicked it, I think I can get away with one more. Nice. Once you have clicked it, if the mobs aren't in range, and in the case of the last chest that I opened there, I clicked it, it pulled him, I vanished, and while he was running back to his spot, he's in evade state. So then you can re-click it and he won't be in a state that can actually progress to you. And because you're out of line of sight, when he does get back to his position, you've already clicked. And then you can just continue the cast as long as you're lost and open the chest. That particular piece of knowledge was shared with me. Did I just pull the wrong? I did. Lol. Oh well. That's probably the single biggest game-changing thing I've learned about World of Warcraft. That the initial interaction with the chest is what pulls them, but you can actually open it if you're lost and you click it when they're out of range. This re-establishes every single dungeon I've ever done with new method that can potentially squeeze even more gold per hour out of it, so it's very exciting. Yeah, small thorium all around there. Lovely. It's a lovely cave, man. It's unreal. Really, really nice place to Mine, I enjoy it too. Did you lower your mic? I can hardly hear you, and my volume is 200. Let me turn off the Windows sound. I lowered my mic gain, yes, but I increased the gain on OBS. So it shouldn't be super bad. But I got someone sleeping in a room below me. And I also need to keep the gain down because it's picking up my clicks, which is very annoying. We'll figure it out. The annoying thing about the clicks is that I have a piece of software for my microphone that has a real-time denoiser, and when I click that on and then click my mouse, it removes the sound. But for some reason, after a certain amount of time, or whatever happens, it just starts clicking again. The software, even though it's a really good like podcast production mic, the software doesn't work very well. I know I'm gonna get a resist soon. I haven't had one in time. Hold on, how we only have 50 minutes? That doesn't make any sense. Wasn't it 52 minutes a minute ago? Or am I retarded? Was it 42? It was super low, now it's better. Probably because I had the Windows sound turned on. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. I appreciate you. Rebound 999. I mean, once it's been sorted, might as well just leave it that way. "17 minutes. Huh. Right, we'll go back, we'll get that first chest, and we'll crack these boxes. And we're probably going to need to Hearthstone, empty our bags, fly back, and hit the grind again. What was our last goal per hour? We're at 330. It's going to jump up again when we hit this last chest. And how much? Who knows? But our first hour today, we found a ruby. It's 371. So I have a plan for the channel every week. I'll release a video that's going to have a little bit of everything in it, like a 10-minute Rose Diary chapter. And it's going to have the any gear upgrades that I got, and then simming them to see, to regem them and get best DPS. So a little weekly sim gear update, and also it's gonna have upgrades in sim, boss fights. So from raids, the fights I did the most damage, either I'm number 1 DPS or I got the highest parse. The best fights from the week. Could be heroics as well. And not the whole fight, just a little update on the fight. Most gold per hour versus least gold per hour. So that's why I'm now screenshotting these, so that I can keep a record of the best, highest gold per hour hours out of this place. So we get a good bit of gold farming, PvE raiding, gearing and simming, theory, all that good stuff. Can't open that yet. Let's pick some pockets while we're waiting. Can't really do the pull while these guys are on the way back, because anytime they're in this area, we can't get the chest right. .315 predictions. This is the last chest of the last run of this hour. So, what are we going to finish at? Okay. Maybe we're not going to finish at all. Trying to rush it. Damn, I don't know if we're going to make it. We do have a prep. Use it if we don't have to. We're going to make it. But it failed. Luckily we have 4.5 minutes. Which is exactly the time we need. Okay. I need to hit for bio. I'll be right back. Let's see. One minute 51. We're gonna have to wait for this guy. Anyway, even if we distract him, so. I mean, we could just try it. Nah. Could do without the belt and the boots. Just freeze them. Sprint. Still gonna get one crack. $285 gold. $296. All right.
Everything has a price. Remember the Sunwell.
Still haven't gotten a Nightblade from a lockbox yet. Would love to see one before the expansion finishes. Another diary. Lovely. We need more water walking.
I have one of a kind items. Salama Ashalanore.
All right. Let the disenchanting begin. Oh, we get a large shard from that green. Two greater planers, nice. Lots of two planar rolls actually. I thought rubies were going to go up with phase 2. They're actually going down. And again, it is end of the week. They'll go back up a little bit with the reset, but not by much. Two gold 52 for spirit. That's insane. Oh, we should add auction house. To the weekly videos, any changes in the economy, that'll be useful to track. Let's add that too. A lot of my market predictions didn't come true. Rip my investments. Yeah. I didn't invest in gems. I just saved some. Now, it's only the first week, and a lot of people struggle with the new content. So, as people gear up, I would expect the gems to be in higher demand, like less bosses killed, because it's the first week, means less loot, less upgrades, less gems. We need water walking, and we want to check the price of, I suppose, Blink Strike and Deep Shadow. Ooh. Nice. No Deep Shadows on the auction house. There was one for like 8,000 gold, 9,000 yesterday. Okay, 729. We got another what? Almost 500 in the auction house. That's 1,200. We need another 1,200 to buy Blink for this guy. And I didn't buy water walking, of course. If you just brought elixirs, you would have 3x'd. Yeah. I mean, Samwise is making money hand over fist with his haze potions. Buying at 6, selling for 13. But I'm not big on investments. Mainly because I just love the farming in SV. But investments are definitely a way to make even more money, right? Nice. Scroll of Spirit, 8 gold on my server right now. Yeah. New content is harder. Scrolls are not optional anymore. And they'll just, now this might be a spike. They might go down a bit. But not by much. I think they're gonna continue to increase in price. That's what happened last TBC anyway. Along with haste potions and shards, things like that. I'll be right back. Ah, it's actually pretty close to bullseye. Let's make a new macro. We need a symbol for money. Let's go with that. Oh no, here we go. Okay, fresh hour. Change my headphones quickly. Okay. Not locked, that's nice. That's crazy. Bro. Nice recovery though. If I can crack this, that would be amazing. No. Bro. That fear. That fear was brutal. Did you see how fast that moved? What the hell? Alright, let's eat some grub. One sec. Okay. I got a night's eye. Nice. $15 gold. Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. it, that's fine. Using the step blind, a new step blind method for that guy every now and again, which I kind of like. You get enough distance usually to get away from that guy so you don't lose your water walking, but sometimes you know how it is. Sometimes they react quickly and sometimes you can like almost run past a full pack like we did earlier here and they won't even hit you. Wonder if this will work if I jump. No. The good thing is when we don't have water walking up, we can just, 1 second. Stay here and just spam jump. And it'll reset this way. We can just hold down jump, which is really nice. Instead of if we have water walking, we have to face into the corner and then they tally, but they don't tally this way. Very strange. Ah, that's why. I don't know why our gold bar was so low. We got that crazy fear on that first chest. We still haven't opened it yet. So let's open it now. Yeah, so it's sitting comfortably at like 300 gold per hour if you're not getting lucky with gems. So it's still really good. Imagine what it's going to be like when the economy is developed to the point where the amount that the ores cost and the scrolls cost and the large prismatic shards that we get from the blues from the chests cost and enchanting materials, those will at some point engulf the losses from the gems and the ores going down, which is going to be really nice. That's our first run, but we were 4 minutes late. That's fine. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so my computer decided to turn Bluetooth off, even though it says my headphones are connected, so I can't hear the game or feedback from my own voice or any mouse clicks. And the only way to stop that is to actually end the stream, which I'm not going to do. So I'm ear blind at the moment. So apologies for any clicks. Oh, we don't have our belt or boots. Okay. We'll get that one on the way out then. And another rogue's diary. Wow, that's 3. One for each hour lockout. It's our only second run, so that's good. Oops. Double ruby? Not today. What does Rogue's Diary do? It's a low. It's like a doesn't do anything anymore. It's just it sells for 45 silver, like a RP flavor item, right? But originally, in the original client of the game, it had a lockpicking requirement, but the lockpicking requirement for it was 5,000, which was obviously impossible to reach. So it was just the devs' way of trolling a little bit, and it pissed off a lot of people who were trying to figure out a way to open it. So they removed the lockpicking and just made it a grey item. But it's obviously my namesake for the channel as well. All the pages are blank. Are they blank because rogues never write in their diaries? Or is it blank because it's invisible ink? Inquiring minds want to know. What if it can still be lockpicked? What if you could read the Rogue's Diary, it would tell you once and forever where you can fish up Ashbringer. All the what ifs in the world. On private servers, before Classic was re-released, one of the best gold farms in the game for rogues was to go into Scarlet Monastery, into the library. If you go into the graveyard, the mob level in the graveyard is lower than library, obviously, but there's breakpoints and brackets for lockboxes, junk boxes. So the level requirement to get a certain type of junk box is too low in graveyard, but library, the mobs just hit that level. So you go into library on the private servers, you stealth around, you pickpocket everything, and you get Rogue's Diaries. They were selling for 45 silver or whatever on the private server, which meant that that's half a gold. I mean, if you get 100 of them, that's 45 gold. So for people trying to get their farm their mount, right? Yeah, we'll go this way. People trying to farm mount on private servers, it was well known then that this was the way to do it as a rogue. You go in and stealth around for a few hours and you get your mount money, basically, on private servers. So when Classic re-released, everyone was like, oh, it's going to be so easy to get a mount on rogue, because we're just going to do the Rogue's Diary farm. But when Classic re-released, the Rogue's Diaries you get out of library, number one, the drop rate was way lower. Number two, they don't sell for 45 silver when you get them from the library. They sell for much less. So they're bracketed by level of the junk box for how much they're worth. Am I right about that? Maybe it's that the drop rate was just insanely lower and there's still 45 silver, but I think I remember getting one and it wasn't worth 45 silver, but I could be wrong. Alright, let's get this chest on the way out then and reset. It's annoying, we'll have to wait for him now. We'll pickpocket some things. Oh, my belt backfired. Williams won. 12, 24, 27. 3.5 minutes behind time. Okay. Let's crank it up a notch. Star balloon. There's a fell iron or spitting out gems today. We got a living ruby, star balloon. $3 minutes. I think we'll do a non-NG pull then, since it's locked anyway. What's even the point of pickpocket? It's literally a waste of time. Better to just go AFK and do some stuff while waiting for the CD to end, or am I wrong? Yeah, okay, so like, I'm half with you. I don't like my bag filling up with junk boxes. So, I would rather keep it clean. So that's a push for me to not pickpocket. However, pickpocket significantly pushes the risk in here, because if you get a resist, then you have to vanish and waste a vanish or go to a safe spot and yada yada yada, so on. However, about an hour and a half ago, I got a living ruby from a pickpocket, and yesterday and the day before yesterday, I got 3 noble topaz from picking pockets. So it is risky. It takes more time. I mean, you can fill the time. This is annoying. Like, from a strictly gold per hour basis, pickpocketing is the way to go. But it's really down to personal preference. If I have extra time, I'll pickpocket the slaves. But I don't run through the instance pickpocketing everything. Because it's just, you're gonna get a resist. And if you're not near a safe spot, it's just gonna be a pain in the arse. And it's not worth it. But doing the slaves on the way through, and maybe 1 or 2 by the door, it's fine. But I hear you, and I'm half agree with you. But you're wrong that it's a waste of time. It is. It can give you a lot of money. Not a lot of money, but it can give you gems, like so. Plus, I can pick the boxes while I'm waiting for pulls. But I'm kind of with you, to be honest. I only just started pickpocketing again because I made this new set, which has everything that you need. It's got enough hit so you don't miss your gouges and stuff like that. It's got enough spell hit that you don't get resist from pickpocket. You can hit the cap. Got the trinkets, dodge trinkets, and it's also got the gloves and the belt and the boots. So it's kind of got everything you need. And you get this little cool lamp as well. But and so I'm pickpocketing again now because I've made a set that I don't have to switch my sets. That was very annoying, switching sets all the time to pickpocket. I didn't really like that. But I didn't bother. When you're streaming as well, it's more difficult because you're not kind of not in flow as much because you're concentrating on chat and you're answering questions and things like that. So you can't get to that like hyper flow state where you just zoom through and get everything. So when I am streaming, I generally kind of used to skip pickpocketing because it's filler, and that time I would use chatting with chat or doing other things. Fire protection. I wonder. How am I picking the boxes without clicking on them? It's a macro. That automatically opens. Show you. Use lockbox, lockbox, junkbox, junkbox, junkbox. Cast pick lock. And it just targets whatever of them are in your bags. Which is another small adjustment to the pickpocketing regime that makes it a little bit easier. Less friction. We'll have a look at the end of the hour, right? We'll see how much gold we got from pickpocketing, if it's nice when we got it. Let me see if it's possible to actually no, it just says no. But yeah, it's basically 99% not worth it. But it's that 1%, right? It's getting that gem. Well, we got our belt and our boots, so let's just try and get this chest with an NG pull, even though it's locked. A little bit late, so we're going to distract these guys early. Reset, go again. Now, that's our third. This is our fourth run. Right, 12, 24, 36. We're 4 minutes behind. We're kind of unlucky with a lot of different things which put us behind time, but that's okay. Chest left. Is it locked? It's not locked. Beautiful. But we don't have... Oh, we could do that. Could still freeze them in place. I'm going for it. Still got our sprint, that's the main thing. They're frozen. So we get one anyway. Nice. Having a second rogue is great. One can pull the mobs while the other loots the chests. Yeah, there's a few people doing that. Noble Topaz, wow. I mean, the mines today. We got a living ruby from a fell iron specifically. We got a living ruby. We got a noble topaz. We got a talosite. We got a star balloon. I mean, really, really insane gem drops from mines today. Like, in my experience, mines and pickpocketing has the same drop chance for gems. So we're just getting insanely lucky with mine gems today for some reason. We've jumped up to 360 gold per hour now. Even though the price of these has, it's not quite been cut in half, but it used to be 80 and now they're 50, so it's quite the drop. But the gold per hour is staying consistent because scrolls are going up and large prismatic shards are going through the roof. So 1 minute, that should be enough time. Another reason why I would be in your camp with pickpocketing, not because it's worthless in terms of money, but just constantly having to delete things from your bags. But what's a rogue without pickpocket, huh? Only a warrior. Yeah, I kind of like that step blind maneuver when we don't have sprint up. You need something to burst you through that area without getting hit. Two fails in a row, wow. Mother Shiraz, Black Temple, save those. I'm going to be able to buy Blink Strike soon for my second rogue, which is going to be nice. Looking forward to that for sure. Hello, I learned from you the pickpocket misses less with hit cap 38. Have you tried it with more spell hit? Yeah, so the last set I had like 110 spell hit or something, but I never tested it. I never actually went in, picked 1,000 pockets like the two guys at the bottom of the ramp at the. If you saw my second video, that's where I tested the pickpocket initially, and it's night and day the difference. If you just have normal no spelled hit on your gear, you get resists pretty quickly, but if you have spell hit, it's like, yeah. So 38 is kind of the working number, and it feels about right, to be honest, because I have. Did I miss a? Or did it not phase in? No, I got it, didn't I? Sorry, bro, give me 1 second. That's the first chest. Ah, yeah, there it is. Second chest. So with this setup, I have 40 something. Yeah, 45. 2 rings. This gives me 33. And then this lamp in the offhand, which gives me 12, which I really like because you're like a little, like you're an undead kind of crypt keeper slash grave robber slash the guy that comes to the door in an old manor, the butler. Like you're all of those things. It's very undead. I love it. So yeah, I was doing it with like over 100 spell hit when I had my full pickpocket set, but I was sick of swapping sets all the time. So I put this one together because in SV, to do the run, you need a mix of spell hit, normal hit rating, so that your gouges don't miss, your saps don't miss, because your saps missing is a big problem. When you're moving through guys and you sap and it misses, you move through them, but they're not sapped, so you just get hit and killed. Nice, this is ready to go. And we don't even need to go up the stairs when it's unlocked, which is really nice because we can completely bypass these guys with that sap that we normally have to use on him. Oh, noble topaz. Beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see it. 2 of them. One in the last run. What's that? Addy. And one in this one. That is tasty. That is a tasty burger. Nice timing for this. Didn't need to, that's alright. And 3 super manas, that was a nice chest. Whoa, they're up to 350. Holy. Holy. So, there you go, boys. Like, gems are going down, or have gone down, you know, from 80 down to 50. That's a lot. And ores also are worth a lot less. 60. They used to be 150. 159. They used to be 275 about a month, 6 weeks ago. So we lost a lot of value in ores, but mana potions are up to 350. You know, scroll of spirits up to 350. You know, primals are down, large prismatic shards are up to 20 gold, so it's balancing out and maintaining the same gold per hour, which is really nice. Let's try this one. No. I've got 4 minutes to get out of here. Which should be enough time if we book it. Nice, we're up to 400 gold per hour. Well, it will be 400 by the time we get out of here. Actually, it'll probably be less than that. That's a dropping by 12 silver a second. Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting out of here in less than a minute. $405, not bad. Not bad. Let's have a look at our overall. These are the 3 hours today. 296, okay, 300, that's low end. 371, that was the one with the living ruby. 405. So that's well, 405, 295, so 300 and 400. So that puts it at 350 in the middle, but the 370 pushes it up a little bit. So just a bit over 350 gold per hour so far today. Pretty good going. We got a 13-minute lockout, but I do need to go to the shop. $8.55. Also need to do some more video editing and a little bit of recording. So I gotta get my voice right for that. Let me see. I'd really like to finish that video today and post it. I need to get it done, so I might do that actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it here, guys. I'm going to jump off stream. I'm going to finish the video. I'll put that up It'll be on the channel released later today. And then I'll be back streaming more Steam Vaults and having the crack. You're a bunch of legends. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching the Rogue's Diary. Appreciate each and every one of you. Go out there and make some gold.